Morning, good morning. We are at NQ ADR. Um, EOS is at my pivot here. Retesting our lows, and Russell is still rather weak. Need to see us over 77, 777 to 796. This is where our offer is sitting. We can push over this resistance, this red box I have here. I think that we can start to rotate back up. As long as this is remaining as resistant, though, this just looks like choppy or downside condition. For ES, very clear. Either see sellers get us below this 87.75 and reoffer it, or get us above 96. Stay value low. Not a great long year back at 96 level. Show support bid back out inside yesterday's value. Testing it now. We are at NQ ADR, doing it pretty well so far. See us show interest above our reoffer point. That's 797 area, or some sort of reversal to occur. Must VWAP up at like 850. Great rejection so far of our 777, and yes into our 96, right? Just previously value low, just rotation back down to our lows, waiting for a directional decision inside of this top range so far. ES has ADR below it. So what I'm watching for really here is how we react in a retest of our here. Sell side serious. At this point, much more down further. Something like this. Getting our bounce right there and our ADR low on ES. Then I'll just watch for a reoffer. That happens. Not, then chop and some sort of break the trend. Projecting so far. 20 seconds into teens. Again, NQ is just at ADR. S is now at 80. Russell still leading this was. Big test here on ES. Pulling POC from previous candle so far. Need to see a push below the 730 for a continuation down, or we're just gonna chop in here. Good first risk off on ES if you are playing off of above at 88. That zone back down to our low. If we make our 50 resistance on a look from below, then we should have more room to retest our ETH low. So just move stops down. Also still leading us to the downside, just following our trend. And keep battling for still. Another pretty solid rejection off our 88s on ES. It's back down to the bottom of this range here at 81.50. No shift. Russell rejected our 126. Still in downtrends, but just a bit more sideways on ES and Q. Another rotation, 50 to 88. Drop in. Another rejection of 88s, back to 81.50. Need to see that look below and hold before that can do down. See if we get a retest or if that's that. Multiple opportunities to take 88. I look for 68s below on ES. 68.70. It's free P. Russell, another just coming down into our ADR now. So this is where I start to see it bottom out, or if that's that. Not really looking more short side until we just to see how we build. And I think like 468, 470 PT here. Yes, off of 8 reject. Sell side wasn't was able to hold. Sure, for years we put down into the bottom of ADR. We can pick out our ETH low and then like this. I'm looking for 456 on a take out of your ETH low and making ADR resistance. watching to see if we can continue to build below the 68.70 area on S for information down, or if we're able to recover it, just rotate between 70 and 81.50. It's the exact opposite. Did looks like down from our 88, a secondary rotation down into our target of 68 to 70, and now looking to see if we that wants to hold, then we have a pretty strong trend telling us that I look for this below. We have from 813. Good rejection again of our 68 on ES, H low, and our ADR. Not really looking for anything, like unquote bullish until we can show willingness to trade back over that 70. Russell is attempting to try to find a low, but still rejecting our ADR and ETH low as well. So downside easier path. Why was it such a bad week for you? Got one more here. 6. And we just pathed out an entire move here from our hold of our 88s, push through 81 to our 68s, 68 to 70 holding as resistance, and our push into 50. They pathed out. I don't know what else I can. Leaving a runner for a continuation. There is no long opportunity until we find a Russell bottom. Watch POC here for a reoffer. Bearish target here at 620 hold. Just playing off of our footprint levels above us.
Fez Williams says it's clear the labour market imbalances have eased, and I'm not ready to say how big the first rate cut should be. It's clear rates should fall, but the pace and destination is less clear. The jobs market is more consistent with
It's been cut off. 620 holding. It's our most bearish response. If 620s go supportive, then we have 40 to 50. As long as that 20 is holding, though, we've got a pretty strong downtrend persisting. Yes is now below our 56 and holding. Pretty bearish. We can hold below 56s. Bearish. Like balance in this upper node, that'd make a lot of sense to me. If this holds as resistance, this node here, it's great for. This is where we are, right? So we've done the full move back down to our bottom balance here, which is why this area is kind of my target. This is that big breach. So either we find buyers again that are able to sustain us in this section, and we bounce off of this area, or we're looking for a rotation through. I've seen zero interest generally. So just really keeping an eye on how if we bounce around here, just like we have been, or if this is going to continue to, or sorry, if this is going to continue to hold, or if we're in, say, a trend, so distance and down. I don't have the just playing local pivots and playing down into areas of interest. All we know is that this is our target letter. Important that we start to see a higher low, hold the 56s and our 620s here. If this continue to fail, it's just a continuation down. Like this needs to base and show a right side of a V before I even consider a long. Understand, like when we are in a strong uptrend by pullbacks, right? We're in a strong downtrend, it's the same thing. See a willingness to trade through previous sellers, or this is just going to persist downwards. Like, you can chop sideways and do whatever it wants, but understand, like if this was an uptrend, you'd be buying these pullbacks for a longing opportunity. So this same thing is happening on the short side, where like our seller is still very much so in control, and we're looking for continuation down. We have seen zero willingness buyers to do anything merit, right? And so like you could just chill. Either you play shorts with trend, or you wait for a setup to actually show its hand buy side. Like if you really need to do it, just flip your charts in trading view. So used to trading longs that you can't even comprehend that we're in a downtrend and you don't know how to play that, just flip your charts upside down and then play it like you'd be playing a long but play shorts. What you need to do to not screw yourself over. In trading view, it's Alt I together. Chart. If I do Alt I here, what does this look like? This look like an area where we're pulling back into to retest our previous buyer, seller before, pushing up. It look like we're holding very clear higher lows. We just continue to do what we were already doing. Yes. So if that's easier to see for you, then that. Very clear trend. Holding our 56s as resistance, doing our push down, Russell sideways. Yes, exactly. Big gap. I'm flat again. Sixes down here. I'll just wait for something structurally to set up again. I think it's fine to leave a rudder. But I'm gonna chill for a second. Braxton's looking for another 8 points down on SPX, 430. Just keep that in mind. You are leaving runners. Like we have another 7.5 points now to 5, 430. So it's fine to keep a runner. That would be targeting like, I don't know, this area on yes. Maybe. I don't know. I didn't do the math. I'm just watching SPX's price right here. 36. Oh, that's a question. I'm deleting this node. It's played. Just holding this node. Change. Downtrend persisting. Drop again.
At 11 a.m. Eastern Time, we expect comments from Fed's Waller, who gives a speech on the economic outlook, followed by a Q&A at Notre Dame. Text and Q&A are expected.
Notre uh, one half a point until our target here, the 430s on SPX. Just keep that in mind. Into target now, Braxton's target, 430s. We're into this node. Good area to move stops down, take a little profit off, and then see what happens. Downtrend persisting. 7.5 minutes until the 15s. No signs of life yet from buyers. Is that 430? Uh, I want to just reiterate this. So I'm going to do Alt I to inverse this chart. And I want you guys to tell me what this looks like. I'll turn off all our drawings. I'll look at this entire move. And I want you to tell me what this looks like. So at what point have I said buy long? Yes, we are one time framing down on the 15-minute, holding POCs as resistance. So what are we looking for? We're looking for a continuation in that direction. I need you to ingrain this into your brain. I need you to yell at yourself, trade review, just like this is the simplest thing that I've ever taught you, which is if we're holding below or above a POC, we then have a general idea of which way we should be looking to trade, right? I need you to convince yourself that this is something that you should listen to. I
At
don't
11
know what
a.m.
else to
Eastern
say.
Time, we expect comments from
This is
Feds Waller,
just
who gives a
straight
speech on the
trend.
economic outlook,
Don't
followed by a Q&A at Notre Dame. Text and Q&A are expected.
get to write it down, take a picture. I don't know. Just turn your candles. Probably, yeah. We could just flip the we could do the full flip, Gav. Here. Well, yeah, does that help? Is that helpful? Is that helpful? Yeah.
We have attached the live video to Feds Waller on the calendar in his entry.
Solid can. Lying the layouts. That's crazy. How did I just break this chart? Okay, we're control Z. Somehow like really busted this chart. Back.
1 minute remaining.
Oh, we came down to target. Huge. Minute until news. Get some volatility again, hopefully. 20 seconds. Till new 15s.
10 seconds.
15s opening now.
Waller says it is likely a series of reductions in policy rate will be appropriate, and data in the past 3 days indicates the labor market is softening but not deteriorating. This judgment is important to upcoming policy decisions. Feds Waller says, I believe maintaining the economy's forward momentum means time has come to begin reducing policy rate at the upcoming meeting. Waller says, I would also cut at consecutive meetings if data calls for it, as I would be for larger cuts if
Watch
needed.
98s
If the
here on
future
NQ.
data shows significant deterioration in the labor market, the Fed can act quickly and forcefully. I will be an advocate for front loading rate cuts if that is appropriate. I am open minded on the size and pace of cuts, and it will depend on data. Determining the appropriate pace of cuts will be challenging, and I do not believe the economy is in a recession or necessarily headed for
Talk
one
about how
soon.
good of a
The
bounce that
labor
was
market
at
and economy are
32.50.
performing in a
Holy.
solid manner, and future prospects are good. Softening of the labor market
Back to
pattern is
POC from previous
consistent with
candle.
moderate
No
growth
shift
in
yet.
economic
Need to see a
activity,
build above
and monetary
613.
policy has to adjust accordingly as balance of risks has shifted to the employment side of the mandate. In light of considerable and ongoing progress towards the FOMC's 2% inflation goal, balance of risks has shifted toward employment. An August jobs report and other recent data reinforces the view
652
that there has
above.
been a
Next
continued
target.
moderation in the labor
This is just
market.
resistance. I expect chop
The
here.
current batch of data no longer requires patience, it requires action, and sufficient room to cut policy rate and still remain somewhat restrictive to ensure inflation returns to 2%. I stand ready to act promptly to support the economy as needed.
Look to see if we can
See
flag
US
here
interest rate futures
for a
rise
move up to
after Governor Waller
671.
remarks, now
Or if
pricing
we
in a
push
half
back
point
below.
Fed rate cut in September.
Either flag holds here, and then we pop like this, or we rotate back down through, and then we come back. Expect that sell side is serious today. Just keep this in mind that we have rotated off of our pivot low on ES, that 32 to 30 area, and we are now back to our ETH low. Things to keep an eye on for an actual uptrend to start. Don't get bullish off of one candle here, please. And we will know if we're going to keep going up. Watch to see if Russell can hold ADR as supportive. Watch to see if we can hold our previous sell side as supportive. We can start to build above, have a willingness to trade back up. Awesome, right? Just play with RTY's direction. Give it a minute. PVZ has given us that 45 edge, so play with it. Want to see a recovery and hold of that 45 and our AVWAP resistance across the board as supportive or upside. Not need to get into this early. Let the news settle and then play the directional move. It looks like a huge candle until you zoom out. And then it's like, oh, okay, this is nothing. Watching for this LVN fill on ES. See if we can
Traders add
hold
to Fed
598,
easing bets as Waller
613.
backs the front loading.
Watch ES here at our 56s off this rejection into our 70 to 68. Same short as last time for this rotation down. We're now watching this as our pivot here off of this LVN fill. So we need to see a willingness to transact below this, or we will rotate in between this. We're watching to see if RTY can build above our ETH low. If they cannot, we will retrace this squeeze candle, because what happens in a squeeze candle? Well, there's no structure, right? So if there's no secondary buyers to hold price up, then what happens? Well, we rotate back, correct? I'm out one here into our 48s. Watching for a secondary move where we then hold this as resistance for a full rotation of our candle into our halfway back if it's going to keep going. Russell still holding our ETH low. Just watching to see if this flag can hold here or if that's that. Gotten the full fill of our LVN on NQ. We have pathed out. Hopefully me saying don't long this is good. Again, like we need buyers in trend to then hold us on a secondary move or squeeze candles just get rotated. Once we retrace this, we can then figure out which way the market actually wants to go off of that news. But understand, like, people just got squeezed out and we shot directly up and the move was unsupported. So now that we're back down to the bottom of these the basings of these candles, we can start to figure out where we actually want to go. My short entry was 58s on ES. And I sold into 48s. Or 10 points.
Brent crude futures now falling to the lowest since May 2023.
Just playing off of NQ's structure. I mean, when the moves are good, I'll just play ES. When ES is trading in like a 1 point range, I don't touch it. But when we have strong trend, I like trading ES because I can trade more size. I just play whichever one feels right at the time. And our NQ's been fine, but ES levels have been pretty solid. I'm still using NQ structure to trade ES, but yeah. I trade both. Really, whatever tab I'm on, to be honest. Got our hold of our 52 to 56, immediate rejection and rotation down. This is coming into next target here into 40s. Smooth stops down as we approach that halfway back. That is a full retracement of that squeeze candle. So after that, we now are able to see which way we want to go. Understand that the Russell was unable to hold our ETH low and is now rotating fully as well. I'm not saying that there is a longing opportunity yet, but what I am saying is that you could be risking off into the squeeze until we figure out which way. Either that means just moving your stops down or taking a bit of profit off. Whatever.
Rate
There'll
futures
be another
pair
opportunity
earlier gains.
regardless.
Traders now bet the Fed will stick to a 25 basis point cut in September with a bigger cut in November.
POC here on Russell, so this is why I'm just like let things settle here now that we've filled these squeezes on side. I don't know which way we go. I would assume we're down, but you know, I'll let it chill for a second and see if buyers are serious. I'm flat, waiting for direction. I'm tired. It's just a trend day, man. You know, it's pretty easy when you stop trying to counter trend it. Just play with it. When we chop in like a 5 point range, that's when days are tough because like a lot of you are not going to do well on those days, regardless what I say. I give you the exact high and low of a range, and you'll take the exact opposite trade because you're looking for something that's bigger than the rotation. Trend days are easy because it's just like we're going down. So that's why I'm always like, there's always another opportunity. If range days aren't your thing, but you're great at trend days, like you can just wait for days like this. Like, you don't have to trade every market condition. Like these days can be make or break for you. But if you've like destroyed yourself before we get to days like today, trying to play action that you don't understand or you don't have a very good read on, and then when we actually get to a trend day, you've blown your account, you kind of screwed yourself, right? You kind of shit the bed. So that should be a lesson that you really take in. Be ready, right? You want to, if you're in markets that you are murky on, right? Things that you don't really understand well, you should be trading light. You should be saving your ammo for markets that you do understand so that on these days you can really take advantage of it. Yeah, great job, Bear. Hey, Jorb. Any of you I'm man god, I'm this never mind. It's gonna make me old. Surf's gonna be the only one that knows it. I can't even ask the question. No. That made me feel old. Just even thinking about that question. No. Surf, do you remember Homestar Runner? So do you get the reference when I say Great Jorb? Coach Z? You remember Coach Z? I'm just talking about old internet memes. The good old days of the internet. And you had sites like Albino Black Sheep. That was like peak edginess on the internet, you know? Strong Bad. Yeah. Oh yeah, the stickman fighting games were it. Those like animations on Newgrounds. Then Q and ES are a good combo. Robert, all of your texts just came through. I can actually see YouTube chat now. But yeah, I agree. I think that's a good mix. Back down to our bottom of ranges here.
BTZ Azeri light crude loadings to fall to 572,000 barrels per day in October.
Again, just waiting to see what we want to do. Just back down to our bottom balance. Russell back down to our value low. Everything at our PVZ edges across the board. Imagine being one of the people who bought up here, playing like, oh, this is it. This is it. Screwed. Huge bear. I'm gonna give this a bit of time to develop out, I think, before I take another trade. Unless I see something juicy. Oh my god, my DOMs are not my DOMs, my footprints reset, and I went back to my default template, and it's not sized correctly for how we've been trading the last week. So I think I adjust everything. Mario's gonna get on, and we're gonna be down like 500 points from yesterday. Trade in the afternoon. The afternoon has been so bad. Poor guy. Uh, It's a pretty big deal if we hold this 32 to 29 on ES for a continuation down. Just watching to see if we start like a new channel with this resistance holding. I don't know if it is. This is what I'm watching though for our first sign so that we want to continue down. Same with Russell, right? We've now taken out our low, so it's a big deal if we now maintain this as resistance. It's like 99.4. We've got previous week POC, I believe that's what that is, or previous month. Jesus. So watching just to see if this now holds where our buyers are offsides, right? And then we test into this and then rotate down. That's all I've got. Again, I'm flat. I'm just waiting to see how we play out from here. Well, these are those areas where I'd be looking for sell side interaction to start another kind of channel down action wise if we were going to keep going down from here. I'm going to wait for a bit more structure to set up before I take another position. Yes, I do. Love to. Is it a picture of the pup? So derpy. Huskies are so funny. Their body shape makes no sense. The longest neck in the world. Long boy.
And Saudi Arabia sets October Arab Light crude oil OSP to the United States at plus $4 a barrel.
What flavor haichu is that sauce? That's an important question. What are you rocking? You guys haven't tried haichus and
Saudi
you
Arabia
like
sets October
very
Arab Light
fruity
crude oil
candy?
OSP to Northwest Europe at plus
Grab some.
zeros
They're so
at
good.
45 cents per barrel.
Mango are great. Apple are okay. I'm a big artificial banana flavor guy. Some people aren't. Royal banana. You know that was what there was an actual banana that tasted like that. like the artificial banana flavor, but they're gone. It was called a royal banana. Imagine like biting into an actual piece of fruit and it tastes like a Laffy Taffy. I think they are. I haven't had a runt in so long. Russell holding where it needs to. We're just chopping though. Nothing that I want to play off of yet. I think Russell has the cleanest structure out of everything. ESNQ is still just kind of like flirting with this low. Park with the anyone down for some EU deadlock games ping. Oh, I will be right back. Let my dog outside the store. This is EU close. We have slowed down quite a bit since that news came out. I am still not in a trade. Just waiting. Holding our halfway backs across the board, though, which is a good early sign that sell side is in control. Oh no, she was just trapped in my this room, so I just opened the door. But there is like a place for her to pee on the 5th floor. I can take her down to pretty quickly if I'm not feeling like going outside. It's like a little artificial grass area. Yeah, it's really nice at night when it's like 4 in the morning and I'm not trying to get like fully dressed to go out. Elevator down, 5 seconds, go to bed. Gonna chill for a bit, settle. I think Russell's gonna lead us. Just retesting our halfway back here should be pretty important. Should probably raise levels here on Q. I think that this is bad structurally, but I'm gonna be really just keeping an eye on this POC.
So Fed Scoresby says the job market is slowing down, and today's employment data is a continuation of what we've been seeing.
Can now shift. This is no longer zone. This is for our seller condition. See a breach below this. Buyers to be serial. Yes. Uh, 43 maybe. Keeping an eye on that reoffer into 4050. Our offer here on NQ and it to 61. If we start to build above that, then there's upside potential. If we continue to hold 48 to 61, then oscillations just should be occurring where we rotate this node. We want to see the willingness to kind of bid back above supportive move with Russell price with NQ. If we have divergence, then it's just
Fed
don't
Scoresby
touch it.
says it raises some serious questions about this meeting and the next several months that we make sure not to make the labor market return into something worse.
See above this here. Russell, no trade for me long wise until I show POC is supportive. It's going to be like lackluster moves up. $102. Oh my god. $102 is crazy. You want to see what peak weather looks like? Look at that. That is peak weather. $60 to 70 degrees is like the perfect temperature. I can wear whatever clothing I want. I don't need AC. Like we're just perfect. I'm a fall clothing kind of guy. So anything over 80 is just not conducive my wardrobe.
Goolsby, when asked about bigger rate cuts, says, look at the dot plots, which didn't show inflation coming down as fast or unemployment rising so much. And says there's an
Full
overwhelming
rotation of
Fed
our NQ
consensus
range.
for multiple rate cuts.
I need to see us below this 92 to 506 for more, or again, we just rotate. I'm just looking at this right now as a bear flag. So what we did here is we re-offered into our seller. We held our AVWAP resistance, this gray cloud, and we've pushed down, right? So now I'm watching to see if this is going to basically stuff enough buyers that we then are able to rotate below it and start to show a willingness to trade below our low, and then just kind of like bear flag off of POC push down. We need to see this look below and a willingness to kind of
Goolsby, when asked about a
hold
50 basis point
before we
rate
want to
cut
take a
in
trade,
September,
or we're just
says
going to
what
chop here.
happens at the next meeting alone is not what is most important.
A 100th consecutive day of 100-degree Fahrenheit. That is disgusting. Like, what is everyone's power bill? AC is working overtime. Is AC even effective at those temperatures? Oh, I don't know. All
Fed Goolsby
right.
says the current employment average is too low for the replacement rate.
Cool. Pushing down into the bottom of our range here on NQ and ES. Just watching to see if we start to show any willingness to transact below these pivots. Russell's still sideways, but holding our halfway back as resistance up at our 2100. We want to see sell side really start to try to accelerate us below. Test for pushing down. Again, a failure to do this is just going to result in another oscillation of this range. Why I haven't been playing it. I have no interest in trading a range. Surf, did you see Martin's post on his blog about House of the Dragon before he took it down? Basically, just going through how he like the differences between the book and the show, and how it got to that point, and what he said to them, and how they ignored him, and going through why his reasoning for why he was mad about certain aspects, and how he thought it took away from the show, and then like the budget concerns that started to step in, and then like kind of threatened a bit of legal action potentially if they don't listen to him. It's pretty juicy. No, he's not happy at all. There's only so much he can do though, selling the rights. Yeah, it would be cool if he finished the book. Not wrong. The only person we can trust to finish a book is Sanderson.
Fed Scoresby says we have a little more tolerance for an upside surprise on CPI long as the longer arc shows inflation is coming down.
It's probably Sanderson. Unless it was Pierce Brown. Pierce Brown may have been what we were talking about a few months ago. That's what we were reading. Red Rising. Most people read the first three books and then give up because it gets too depressing. It's a really great trilogy.
Goolsby says, I am concerned if we maintain this level of restrictiveness, the odds of a recession might be rising.
The fourth book is like uber depressing. Like break your heart depressing. Oh, was it Sanderson that we were talking about a couple months back? Sanderson's great. Way of Kings is a great starter book. Mistborn is also a good starter series by him. They're all great. It just depends if you want like a world building, more like large, big picture fantasy, or if you want more of a story driven, more of like a microcosm. Um, just depends what kind of books you like. Mistborn is much more small picture, whereas Stormlight Archives is big picture, lots of characters. You're in for a treat, kid. Magic system in that book is so good. These are our new 15s opening up right now. Watching to see if we can get some sell side acceleration. Broke our pivots. It's a good first sign. Watching for a retest, ideally, before we enter. Don't know if we're going to get it, but there's hope. My general idea here is still that we're rotating down to this previous month PLC here. Just this line. It might go there without us though, or without me. I don't know what you or actually get an ideal entry. Buyer attempting at 70 is getting absorbed a bit. Need to see if the 70 buyer is going to be able to lift us back up into 90 for an offer, or if he's going to get absorbed here for another leg down. Again, like ideally, we see this 70 guy hold, push up into this 90, and then re-offer that 70 from below for a secondary down. But if we see this guy continue to get absorbed and we break these lows, then we kind of probably just do it without it. This would have been my ideal entry. Re-offer. See, so far this guy's just getting absorbed at 70s. I'm fine not being in this section of them. It doesn't play exactly how I want. Don't want to get chopped up in slower action. Let me actually mark so we have a reference point chart. Are you gonna just get nerfed? I do not play FPS games, so like my sensitivity has been at like 4K DPI, dude. So like I actually moved my mouse like half a millimeter to get to the other side of my monitor, and you need to like use your full arm length to do anything. It is not conducive to FPS games. I'm too used to like RTSs where I'm just like clicking and moving as fast as possible. This whole like flick nonsense that the kids are doing, you know, like, I don't know anything about that. What's up, Kels? Yeah, when I played FPSs, I played on Xbox with a controller, so I am it is not for me. No need to apologize, man. Hope you're doing well. We are slow melting down right now. I do not think that there's a great opportunity to have been taken. Other than an ES, the 32 rejection wasn't terrible, but NQ is just like slow melting down, very choppy, not worth playing in my opinion. Too choppy for me. I want a really strong reoffer, and then we can play off of it. 6 minutes, 6.5 minutes until new 15s. I think we can probably correct some of the structure now that we've filled some of it. Just play this edge here. I'll watch for a reoffer in the 73. 80. We just want to see if this LVN is going to hold. That's the idea here. If sell side's serious, then we hold this LVN for continuation down. If they are unwilling, then we take back up
As
into
the
this
Canadian dollar
504,
weakens to a
512.
2-week low at 1 spot 3568 per US dollar.
And from that, we then watch to see
Fed
if
Waller
we get a
notes the
secondary
US
move
labor
with
market is
this.
at an inflection point.
Why is this man's mouse so small? I think I'm a fingertip grip, potentially. I think I'm either palm or fingertip. I can't really tell. That mouse is the size of. I mean, that mouse is ridiculous. It is even. I feel like I drag my pinky finger on the side, and it kind of causes a bit of friction. Like the palm, the right side of my palm and my pinky kind of get dragged on my mouse. I need to fix that. just have large hands. So I probably need to change my grip if I want like in my. So right now, I'm just watching to see if we're gonna hold these previous sellers and fill this LVN up back into our previous offer, or if this guy fails to hold, we look for a full rotation through this range. Right? This is the same setup where we have a very clear smaller auction that's taken place. We have someone who's offsides above, someone who's potentially offsides, sorry, below and above, and now we're getting our rotation through this range. Right, that's kind of what I'm seeing shorter structure. Now just watching to see if like this guy fails, if he's going to then be offsides, and then that gives us a willingness to kind of make a new low off of that. I'm not too sure. Should I mean? I really don't want to trade anything that's like too slow. We have a minute and 30 seconds in, and I'm hoping that this is going to identify direction short term. We're just rotating around our POC of this current candle, our value low being below us and our value high being the edge. So if we're going to sell, we want to see us push below this 58.75, this low of our box, and then show a willingness to trade down. I don't want to touch anything that's in between. I'm actually going to mark this. Just to clean this up. I think that probably for the short term. There might be another move the last like 2 hours of the day, but I think like this needs to settle a bit. The read has gotten a lot harder. That's usually my signs to be like, okay, we captured what we did. Wait until we see some acceleration and then go for another secondary move, right? We start to slow down like this, it's usually when it's like we're expecting too much again and then it gets choppy. Midday is the worst. Am I listening to something? It's crazy. Oh, he's dropping Chewy. Is that what that means? I hate these furus, bro. They can't just say what they mean. Everything has to be a poem or a riddle. That man really caused that crash with that image. That's crazy. Yeah, until we see a clear break out of this area, I'm not touching it. We're still just trying to. We've got a buyer who's down here who's absorbing, and we have a seller who's up here absorbing. A two-way auction. I don't want to touch it until we figure out which way we want to go. It is not clear enough for me yet. The more efficient path is still downside for me on the day, but like it's just too choppy. We're still just in the previous bars. We're holding POC as resistance, which is a good sign, right? So like we still have a trending down market, but we're just finding absorption still to these lows. We need to see acceleration below this guy and a willingness to kind of be like, hey, this passive buyer is no longer taking size at this 450. As long as this 450 area is still remaining and we're seeing choppy action, it's a no touch zone for me. Things that can change that are acceleration on the Russell, a break of our low, and a willingness to kind of push, right? But as long as ES and Y are holding this range, it's going to feel pretty bad being down here, either side, either direction. Later, sauce. I don't think it's a bad time to leave. Had a really good morning. Ooh, nice. I was thinking about doing another trip back to China soon. I think my visa just ended, which is sad, but just need to reapply. Surely my social credit is decent enough that I can get another visa. Yeah, not a good time to trade. Gotta wait it out. Midday is the worst time to trade. Always. Later, Meldito. Yeah, it's kind of rough though because we just had a huge move down. It's kind of balanced right now. Or I think I said yeah, and Patel. Rough area. We basically have two areas of interest right now. With this being our mid. Actually, I just want to show it on footprint where we have this block of sellers, which we can call absorption, right? Verb. Buyers, sellers. Then we have this block above us. Mark this in gray. That is sellers, buyers, sellers, and we're just stuck here. Later, Kels. Enjoy your weekend as well. $2 million input, 1 million in bids. What is this? In calls, so he's back in GME. Is that what we're thinking? I was always like, who is buying Chewy? And then I started living in this apartment complex, and every single person gets Chewy delivered. I've never seen, like, it's insane how much Chewy is in our mail room. These poor delivery people having to carry like 50 pound bags of dog food. Yeah, they have like 2 Amazon delivery trucks just for this building, I think. Like the same person every day, and they bring in this giant cart, or really like a wagon. They do it in 2 different time periods every day. It's insane how much people order. Like I see the same people every day with like 4 or 5 packages coming back up. I take my dog out. Like they just are refusing to leave their house, I guess. I don't know. The only thing I can think of is like their doctors who are working night shift, and so like they can't go to the store during the day. So they're getting everything ordered so that they can get it for their night shift. That's the only explanation I have. Good rejection of our top of range, back down to our bottom of range here on NQ. We've identified our 2 sides very clearly. There's not too much else to talk about until we see a break of this range and some acceleration from it. Russell starting to lead down potentially. Make the market choose action. A good tweet about here's some inspiration, Dubs. And like you got your funded, we traded dread, you know, get out. Hmm.
Oil futures extend losses. Brent crude falls by $2 a barrel.
I don't know if I stay for the full session, but we'll see if we get out of here by the time Mario gets on. But I'm really not trying to sit here for like 3 hours of job after what we got. Like maybe I come back for last hour of the day. Hmm. Give myself like a 3 hour break, 2.5 hour break.
US stocks extend fall, Dow Jones down 1%.
Dude just got absorbed again. The 50s. No change. All levels are holding. Range is holding. Here, you can see, I'm gonna post, show what this looks like and how I came up with zones. We got this absorption here above, pushing into, and that's the top zone. And then we have these sellers that are getting absorbed lows here, and that's our bottom zone. See that on our delta by price as well. Selling node below us, and then the selling node above us. Stuck in between this guy and this guy. We can see that is very true. And it's not a terrible range. Like it's still points. We're in like a 50-point range. But it's just choppy and slow and will cause you to panic.
Hello, everybody.
But man,
Not much.
we had quite a morning.
Yeah, it looks like it. It looks like it. We'll see if we get anything after lunch.
Yeah. What I was telling
But
these guys.
this last 30 to 45 isn't looking too exciting, I think is what I'll say.
I told them I might take like a 2.5 hour break and come back for last hour.
Yeah, I have a feeling I won't be saying much for a bit. I don't even know if I want to Google that. What even is that? I'm looking and I see that Thor put a video out.
Immediate
ES back in the
bounce.
range.
Oh, sorry. Yep.
No, you're good.
So it's our 2 identified zones, boys. Buyers are still here at the lows. I build out all these websites. Is that in TFC marketing? TFC Pro?
Yeah, I probably pro.
Servers?
Definitely not the test server. I know that was a crazy time.
So back to top of range here on NQ for our sell side absorption. Shit, I'm never gonna be.
Just have to wait like 5 years for everyone to get the Neuralink implant, and then you just think about something you did 3 years ago, and it'll come up for you. The dream or the nightmare? We'll
Yeah.
find out.
As long as like my girlfriend isn't bring up that conversation, we're
Yeah.
good. Immediate rejection, top of our range, crazy.
White House advisor Bernstein says the US was sustaining a breakneck pace on job growth that we knew was going to slow down.
This 54.18 half on ES is still getting some size on terms of volume. See if we can hold a higher low here. If not with that look after sweeper, I would expect us to make another leg, honestly. But based on, we might have to wait 20 minutes for it. I don't know. We will see.
Hey, Dubs, you can trade on the same day that you got funded on the same account. That's pretty sick. I think you should take Surf's advice once you get this first payout. From them, you should upgrade from 50K to 100K so you have a bit more drawdown. Invest in yourself. But great job. We'll see if this guy who's trapped up into these highs at 500s gives us enough ammo here to actually make a new low, or if we're just going to continue to rotate between these two people. I'm not seeing anything from RTY or ES yet that would make me think that that could happen short term, other than maybe like this POC rejection here on ES at 420. If this happens, then maybe new low. Other than that, just kind of looks like we continue to rotate between bits. I think if ES doesn't reject here, then you're kind of in a situation. You'd basically be looking to a acceleration below. But if that doesn't happen, then it's just going to be a continuation of this rotation. There's no change. The only thing that I can see that can like get us out of here, this guy potentially be a bit more on sides up here. Not a look. If you're looking for expansion, this range is pretty nice. Watching this ES, or so this NQ pivot at 75s. This POC, also where our value is. These POCs have been building. So, stacked here. So if we're gonna make like a lower high, this would be the area I'd be. Still need to see that look most recent close down at 45s for anything. It's a box. Oh. The hell is ZoroXT.to? That sucks for you. I'm sorry. Here's a new one, bud.
Oh, you know what I found when I was finding that old picture?
Hmm.
This is a good here I'll just deal with it like this.
Oh. Gonna come out of nowhere. You should just get on Streamio, man. Get off these online sites that your history is always there. I'll help you set it up if you want, but it's so worth. Streamio. That's what I use Dubs for, like actual for all of my content. 75 rejection and back down to our lows. Again, we need to take out these lows and then see acceleration, or this guy's just going to continue to absorb. Understand that POC for this candle is here. Watching to see if we can get below this guy here at this 50 to 45 and then offer it for more. Nothing new. Russell target is still 89 for me. I will be right back.
At 1 p.m. Eastern Time, we get your weekly US Baker Hughes data, total rig count prior 583, and oil rig count prior 483.
You've got him tilted.
I mean, man, it took him like a week to get out of chapter 1. I don't know what to. I don't know what to say. I should have literally platinumed the game, but I am just getting RNG locked, and it feels horrible.
That is rough.
There's 2 items I need to get that are RNG drops from picking plants, and I've picked 300 of the 2 I need, and I haven't got the drop.
Oof.
And it resets every half hour.
Like
So, like,
the plants reset?
Yeah, and so like people have been like making a save file, and then you like go on your PC and like change the time for a
Oh
half hour
yeah.
forward. I cannot be bothered.
That's a lot. Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh.
but it just sucks that that's actually what's locking me out from 100% achievements on the game.
Yeah, kind of annoying.
Especially in a single player game. Like, it's. I don't. That's literally my only complaint with the game. It's really good. Other than that, there's a lot of drops like that. Wukong. Buddy, I've played it twice.
And is a gamer.
It's really. It. Chapter 2 is like the actually only hard chapter. And like half of chapter 3. It's a. It's actually really weird. Like, it starts off pretty easy, and then it gets like really, really, really hard. And then you can like you power spike through it like really fast.
Robert
And then
says
it
bottom now. I think we might see acceleration here. We don't see fires get us back into this range. Just be very careful here. This rejection, Robert. Potential. We need to see a very clear hold back over side for a bottoming. Or expect this offer to be sitting here. If we are able to get back in, then we can see a seller offsides, and then we look for a bid at 4 or a push back up through the. But if this holds, then we have downside. Sorry, I just wanted to get that out.
No, I mean, I'm just talking about BS. Not even doing my job.
Things I'm keeping an eye on is Russell hit target, and we've bounced so far, and just watching our rejection into our half-life back here. It's the only thing that I can see that would get us back up is if we can see like a pretty strong bid back over C, or this is just going to be our rejection area where we back into the 50s and then continue downward. I'm going to delete our pathing now that this is fully. Now we just watch to see if Russell rejects our halfway back here with at a 45.50. And I'm not excited about this if we don't see sell side like try to step in here. Like, I don't want passive like just chop low. I don't want to see a significant sell. Yeah, I haven't bought it either, kids. Space Marine. Been only playing Deadlock.
I feel like that's almost a game where you can wait a little bit.
Yeah.
I'm flat.
Huge.
At 1 p.m. Eastern Time, we get our weekly US Baker Hughes data, total rig count prior 583, and oil rig count prior 483.
We're watching on ES if we can hold this edge down, or if we're going to rotate back up to test this through this LV. We want to see this path hold, more downside across the board. Just talked about. Need to see Russell show weakness here though into our POC and halfway back with this rejection of our 45 to 50 Q. Back down to bottom of range after tagging that. Need to see a break or just chop. Were you the Infernus that was farming us last night, Ratio? Secret. Russell moves a bit concerning for any weakness. Need to see this momentum cease before anything can happen, or things can get a little squeezy. Watching our top of range here. Really nice bounce off of that 89 hole tag. Now just coming back up to our 99 10-point range. So keeping an eye here on this 97 to 4. As long as that's maintaining, I don't think that there's a ton of upside potential. But if we do start to show a hold and then a to transact above, this could be the start of a rotation where the seller is going to be trapped at the lows from choppiness. That's what I was worried about. Like, we don't want stagnation down here, or it's going to be someone caught off sides below the range, and then we. 'Big test from buyers here, retesting our 50 pivot. Can we see this 45 to 50
Shortly
bid
expecting the
for a
results of the
rotation
US
up?
Baker Hughes data, I'll lead with the
Or
total
does
rig
it
count.
reject and trap this guy? So far, looking like it's a hold. Watching our 99. Yes, there's a bit more room up into if it wants to fill the 27 seconds until. 215's opening now. get us out of here.
$582, $582. Still waiting for the oil rig count.
ES retesting our edge here at 15s. Russell rejecting our 99.4 so far, watching to see if a bid can hold the 97. POC retest here on Q into our 38s. Still very mixed with Russell into the top of our range. Teens holding so far, NES.
And oil rig counts 483, 483.
Good bounce off our 15s on ES, back to POC here. Russell needs to show a willingness to trade about a 99.4. And Q still just stuck. Seller momentum slowing. Yeah. The problem is again, like, that the weakness below our range and then the re-entry into our range is just someone's now trapped, right? That's the issue I'm talking about. It's like you gotta see that willingness to transact below. $15 hold, pushing into our 22 now. 22 to 24.50 for me on ES is resistance. It's just off of the hold of 50. Russell was able to hold our 97 and bid. And we have now we're now retesting our 75, so halfway through our range. This is first target. You're playing off of re-entry in. So again, like, this is a seller who's been trapped off sides. We then re-enter back into our fixed range, hold our value low, then rotate back up to our POC to value high. That's this idea. Russell hold. What happens from here, I'm not too sure. This is resistance for me. We would need to see a pretty clear hold above 24.50 for me to think that we is just a rotation of this distribution here. Same thing on NQ at 75s. Also holding is a good sign. Need to see a bit more willingness from buyers to transact above 75s here on NQ. Yes, just into our fixed range high, this 22. There's really not much to say. Either the seller continues to take in, or we get the look above and hold bid that tail, like we have pathed out. 75 hold on NQ. I'd be looking for a push into 100. Take out this most recent seller. Tagging into our 500s now on NQ up the hold of 75s. Russell continuing to find supportive bids, pushing into our next target at 105. I'd love to see a flag for. Don't want to go straight for 32s on ES.
I mean, ES barely looked over there.
Yeah, I'd like to see this bid like now, and go take out that 32. We're gonna keep going higher. We basically have a buyer at 95s on NQ, and then we have this buyer down at 75.80. So it's like either this buyer at 95s is willing to hold and we can continue higher, or we're going to have to rotate back down to 70.75 before we make our decision. We've got a bit of absorption on NQ up at 520, 525. Than that much. So again, like this 95 buyer here, we're looking at flag and then test into this absorption that's up. So 20. We're going to hold. If not, then rotating back down to this 75.80 makes a lot of sense. Bottom is in. Okay. So far, it's just a singular candle. See if it starts a trend. So far, every squeeze candle has been completely traced on the day alongside. So that's my only concern is I need to see like a multi-candle kind of like time framing up. Have any faith. But this is at least a really nice rotation with the seller getting caught outside bottom of the range and then just a rotation back up the highs. Now it's just a matter of is there a willingness for buyers to transact above these sellers who are absorbing? Right. If there is, then yeah, we can. Or if there's not, then we rotate the range again. With buyers now caught off sides at the highs. It's just like it's the exact opposite. Right, we have these guys who got caught at the lows, and if these guys can't maintain above, then they're gonna get caught at the highs, and then we rotate down. Classic.
It is a classic.
Pins opening now. Into target here, into our 22.25. This is where that absorption took place last time. I just need to see if buyers can get through it or not. If we
Shortly
can, we have another
expecting
like
results of the
25,
Fed
30 points
reverse
up.
repo operation. 57 counterparties take $299.271 billion at the Fed reverse repo operation.
Good rejection so far off that 2025 pivot. Just watching to see how we bid. And there's not really much here until 95s. And 95s don't hold, then it's just that rotation back down. This LVN just created. Yellow box at 75s. Really, we can all see this LVN. That's how I view that area, and why like the zones I made are they are. So you can see like that 2025 there, and then the 50 to 63, 65 above. It's just like now we're in a balance. We can clearly see buyers getting absorbed here again at this 20. Just kind of making our way back down to this 95 below us. Building out this new node up here. 95 to 23. Scored. So we had the seller who's caught off sides at the lows here at 30s. Get back into our range and bid. That's what talking about that reversion or that push back up to 100. Because we see this guy is off sides, and then we see a bid back in of the selling that are below this right here. We know that this sell side, if they were serious, we would have held distance, and then we would have tested and pushed down. If we don't see that, for me, just look for this rotation back up, then that created buying deltas to play off of us. 75, which is what we held. So the 75 level came from this absorption we're seeing here, circling. As soon as we supportive, I look for that push back up to where our sellers were last time. It's 2025. And we've built this small little level here. Saw some active buyers at 90. That's all I'm watching now. From this 25, We rotate now between this and this area, or can we bounce this and rotate back up to this like 50, 60? That would be ideal. Smooth. That's what I'm watching on foot. Testing that now. Like if this 25 can hold, actually build above and show some willingness to transact, start to look smooth this next resistance. But if this continues to hold, then I just expect this node to out a bit back into this again. We gotta move. That's what happened in my break. And I started talking to Braxton and DMs, so then I kind of was stuck in my chair, or I would have dipped.
Ah.
It's the real cause. Yeah, we can look at
For funsies.
I'll look at Nvidia for funsies as well.
I thought it was supposed to go to 200 according to my friend Rory.
When he gets back, right? Like that's what he actually meant.
True.
I mean, it's a really nice start of a reversal, potentially. Right? Like what happened here? Well, we filled this buy side imbalance, and now we're starting that uptrend on footprint where we're holding POCs as supportive, Gav. Pretty awkward area where we're transacting now. There's not really a great level to play around. So we're really hold. Now we're just watching to see how we interact here. Dudes caught off sides.
RTY coming in on top of node. This ES, I know like zoomed in it looks good and it is still 20 points, but based on daily structure, like we're not even close to the edge of this balance yet.
For anything more, Gav, you basically need to see a willingness to transact of going to be incredibly important. Rotate this. If not, we rotate back down.
Watching this 25 ES.
In this 500 to 95. Again, this is what we are looking for off of the rejection into 48s, 50s, right? Like that is resistance above. Now we have a potential to trap a seller again if we can hold this edge below us. If we fail, then I look for that rotation back down to 75 area or yellow box. $25 seconds until only 15s. $10. Buy side either is able to transact here, just back up over 500s, or a rotation down into 75 is very likely. Sylvia. Pushing back into our selling deltas here. It's like 95, 500 area. Just keeping an eye on it to see if we're jacked on a reoffer. Need to see a pretty strong seller positioned here on this node. Reject us down for more leg. Any supportive bid over that, I'll just be looking for a rotation back up. Good rejection so far at 500s. See a new low. Tag into our yellow box. About that, it's just going to be chop. Keeping an eye on Russell. It still has room down. It wants to fill. This is personally the only area where I'd want to see buyers show like an aggressive willingness to defend this yellow area here. If we lose this, then it's just coming back all the way down. Don't really see a reason why we would hold anywhere else. Other than like back down at the lows where the absorption's taking place, that like 40 area. So really want to see this 5 area maintain. Watching Russell as we fill the LVN back down to 9.4. Very closely. Sort of bids that are going to be active. If not, then again, like it's just going to rotate. Really nothing. Just move stops down as we approach this if you are short. Yeah, man. I mean, I don't really see much. Like buyers are either willing here or they're just gonna rotate. Or we watch for something like this happen. Offer sits here for one more leg down.
Reminder once again, this 18.5 on ES had a lot of kind of volume transactions here. Interesting to see if people are still interested, which they look a little bit, but not like when we were here earlier.
Later, Dubs. $40 until new 15s. Holding below our key pivot. Offer held 75s and is pushing down. Now trying to build below POC for that return back to that value low area.
Biden's economic aide Boucher says the jobs report shows the US economy continues to move forward.
Russell is sideways. An LVN below. Yes, back down to the bottom of our fixed range at 15s where we originally bid. Need to see anything below that, right? We need to see a willingness to transact below 50. Yes, specifically. It's just stuck in this range again. Where we took our initial long.
And Biden's economic aide Boucher says, I'm seeing indications the US economy is reaching cruising speed.
A little check in here. Microsoft, Apple both put in new lows on this rotation. Tesla holding POC, or excuse me, Nvidia holding POC. Tesla back at value low, still higher low, but Apple, Microsoft new lows is kind of showing the I think kind of the appetite here.
Another rejection of 75s on NQ, offer still sitting there. 15 still holding on ES, supportive, just rotating back up to POC, no shift, Russell sideways, nothing has changed. Short continuation for me is only once we start to show acceptance. Until then, it's just ranged between like 15 and 4. Russell pivot's going to be pretty big. POC just shifted here at 105. we can get over and find acceptance, then we can trap some sellers at the lows. If we fail here and we look above and then rotate down, then I don't any sort of till retest our POC shift from below on Russell. This is just like a very key area for me. Hard to want to short with Russell sideways. See a bit more movement direction. This is, of course, top of range here on ES, based off of our fixed range. Russell retest should be pretty big. Retesting POC is supportive here. Look above. We are now testing that 22 to 2450 edge on ES, seeing if we can hold it. This is an LVN that we have here. I was just expecting sell side to be sitting here, but if we can absorb and see an active buyer, then there's potential, right? But if someone gets trapped here and we aren't able to rotate, then look for this to become resistance. Down through Xing.
Bid once I got on that like 27, 28 ES. I'm just stuffed. Stuffed. Minute and a half until turn of hour.
The same as before, where either a strong bid steps in here, like this 70-75 area, or we're just gonna get stuffed again. It's really that simple. This retest and look down has to be relatively strong. Uh, that sucks, man. You hit it too low.
I don't want to say it, but you got your mind checked lately? You know, you're getting to that age where the memory starts to go, man. I don't want to blame it on that. Well, I didn't say you have dementia. I'm just saying, you know, it's pretty
Russian
boomer.
oil output forecast revised down by 1.7 million tons from the previous expectation in 2024 to 521.3 million tons, and versus 529.6 million tons produced in 2023. And Russian liquid natural gas exports forecast revised down by 2.8 million tons in 2024 from the previous estimate to 35.2 million tons, still up from 33.3 million tons in 2023.
Russell leading us here. Retesting bottom of range off of a failure at POC. Keep that in mind. Russell wants to go down for that POC shift down at. We have room. Back down to bottom of range here on ES into our 15s. No shift of our fixed range profile. Russell is back down into our bottom. This is where I start to get a little interested, right? What's our reaction here? This is where we want to be watching to see if buyers are going to hold or if we'll see a shift below for a continuation now that we've filled this. So much liquidity at 15s on Dom. That level is not shifted. 630 contracts being offered there. I want to see a very clear look below 15s for any sort of confidence in that.
Apple's still selling here, lower lows continuing.
There is so much liquidity that low on EOS. They're still willing. I mean, I don't know. At 12 to 15s, that's got to go.
Yeah, I feel like it's gonna be a pull and then just sweep through, and it's gonna be crazy if it happens. Gonna be not fun.
I risked off most of my short into 15s. I have one contract left that I probably get stopped out of here. 2150 average with a stop at 20. So it's like, it is what it is at this point. I am kind of done with this area. Got 2 minutes until the 15s, and we are in a really awful 3 bar structure of side candles with just lower, slight lower highs, slight lower lows, which makes for pretty garbage action. Just waiting for Sven and Varg to get done with this game so I can go play. Chill with you guys until then. Oh, that's cool that it's included again.
It was strange to me that they took that away. It must have been an agreement dispute when Schwab took over.
Remember, these exist, Surf, if you ever need them. New 15's opening now.
So French Prime Minister Barnier says, I'm not ruling out a more fair tax system.
Yeah, I feel like Bookmap could be good if you had some custom stuff to identify the same types of things. I don't know. I know they have like a lot of extra features that you can add on that seem pretty useful. I don't know. At the end of the day, it just feels really easy to me personally, but
And French PM Barnier says the broad economic picture is very serious.
Very serious. I heard it's all jokes, man.
jokes.
All jokes.
Are they still rioting in the EU or did that stop?
Now they are.
OnlyFans generated $6.6 billion in payments. A plus 1 billion on revenue from 22, 1.3
crazy.
billion in revenue, and 658 in profit before taxes in 23.
That's bonkers.
Creators rose 29% to 4.1 million creators, and fans rose 28% to 305 million subscribers. Insane.
Little look here on EOS. RTY retesting this midday auction.
Oh, okay, they're done. I'm gonna try to stay in this trade again. I have one contract left at 2150. Stops at 2250. Just like a 1 point of loss, $50. I'm gonna try to hold, but I'm gonna go play some deadlock. Hopefully Russell continues down here. This is that pivot that I was talking about. I want to see this become resistance for that continuation. Our target below for Russell is our value low to 80. That's what I would be. I'm going to close stream and then just let this run. My friends.
We'll see if I even say anything in the last fucking. I guess there's an hour and a half left.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Rough.
Oh my goodness. All right.
Bye.